Thank you so much. Okay, great. Next order of business is public comment. Was there anyone in the public who would like to make comment?
If I don't finish, Irene. So to the members of the Regional School Committee, there was a comment made on Facebook that captures the irony of this moment well. Only in Amherst would there be an outcry to bring back something that never left. Yet what many fail to see or choose not to acknowledge is that what's missing is not a name, but a purpose, a mission, and a commitment to racial equity that once had real momentum. The SETF was not simply a committee with a generic goal. It was born out of a specific and painful history, one that includes the experience of Carolyn Gardner and the urgent need for structural accountability. The SETF was created to be a bridge between the community, the school community, and the school committee, a space where community voices, especially those from historically marginalized backgrounds, could speak truth to power and expect real feedback and action. The SETF took on the hard work of examining disparate outcomes in our schools. It looked at the troubling suspension rates among Black and brown students. It investigated the barriers preventing those same students from accessing and thriving in honors level classes. It spearheaded the work of the Restorative Justice Program by collaborating on the policy committee to make a vision a reality. It also began supporting youth participatory action research, which empowered young people to analyze the systems impacting their lives and to push for transformative change. It wanted to survey the Black and brown staff to gauge their experiences so they could evaluate and make recommendations. This was real, systemic, equity-focused work. But today, the SETF has been quietly dismantled, its purpose diluted, its community roots severed. What remains is a renamed body, the School Equity Advisory Committee, which serves an entirely different function. It may share a space in name, but not in mission. The original SETF cannot and should not coexist with this new structure. They are fundamentally different, and confusing them to undermine the trust and clarity that equity work demands. Finish up because I want to say something at the end.
Sure. Hi, Jennifer Jensen. I teach social studies at the middle school. What's even more troubling is that two members of this very school committee voted to change the SETF's charge and vision, effectively erasing its foundational purpose. This decision has not gone unnoticed, particularly in light of the escalating racial tensions in our district and the deepening community frustration around issues of racism and exclusion. When people feel they are not being heard, especially in a process that was meant to center their voices, it breeds anger, disappointment, and disengagement. As elected officials, you carry the responsibility not just to listen, but to engage in honest, sometimes uncomfortable conversations that lead to real accountability. Let's be clear, the demise of the SETF was not inevitable. It was the result of decisions made by individuals, some of whom look like me. But as the saying goes, not all skin folks are kin folks. Allyship is not about appearance. It's about action, courage, and standing firm against the status quo. We are now at a crossroads. Will you double down on performative equity, or will you reckon with what's truly needed? Will you reflect deeply, excavate your own identities as individuals and as a body, or continue to act as if you are the sole experts in a community asking for partnership? This moment calls for clarity, not comfort, for courage, not consensus. We are watching. The Black members of staff and the Black and brown young people who are most affected by these decisions are watching.
And I just want to say, because I understand that all of you voted, or whoever was on previously, I mean, I'm looking at a bunch of white people. You don't know what Black people are feeling. This SETF served a purpose as a task force. It had teeth. It brought about change. And my understanding, Irv, you were one of them, and Harrington. And this is why I'm saying, I'm sorry. You guys are gatekeepers, and you like to see the status quo. And you don't speak for me. And you don't speak for the other Black people in the school and the children who are feeling the pain. So I want you guys to think really hard when you decide to not make it like I said, it has to be separated. So when you guys decide that it's going to stay the way it is, on what grounds? What is your expertise? Because I'm just putting you guys on notice. Things are escalating, and we're going to go back 20 years ago because we're at the point of a class action lawsuit against this district.
Thank you.
I'm Rodney Madison. I'm a paraprofessional at the middle school. Have been for the last about 5-6 years. I've been part of our school community, proud member of our school community for over 25 years. My first superintendent was Gus Sire. My first principal was Paul Wiley. And my 4 kids graduated from the system. One's a doctor now. And so I've been involved in our school community for quite a long time and always a proud member. Today, I am not proud. I'm here to speak the truth about the state of our middle school. We're lucky that we're at the end of the school year at this point. The temperature is really high at the middle school. Many people might not know it. Most people of color there know it. And there's been major conflict at our school, racial discrimination and institutional racism. Well, I'm a little nervous, excuse me. I feel like what I really want to say is, so important. From what I just heard, it's not the first. I'm not the first to try to. I've been yelling it out to our administration for quite a while. I've gone to the highest levels in our system. I'm looking around, and I've met with any administrator in here, and either they fail to recognize with overwhelming evidence. They've either failed to recognize racism or they're not willing to even acknowledge it. And it's been very frustrating. There's some, and I'll hurry, we've had like 5 or 6 principals in the last as many years, and so we've had no leadership. And so we've been begging for some leadership. It hasn't been there. Like I said, with as many problems as we've had, we haven't even acknowledged that we have an issue here. And so at this point, we're at the boiling point. If anybody cared to ask, go ask people of color at our school. So nobody wants to lose their job. It doesn't matter what color you are. Excuse me, how much time do I have?
That was your 3 minutes, but you can finish your thought.
Thank you. As mentioned earlier, it doesn't matter if you're a person in leadership position and you're a person of color. If you don't address racism when it's obviously there, it's valueless. Many of the things I like to address is in this, which I have. Okay, yeah, and but the ask for me is, I could go. I do want to say, here's one example of what happened. We had an assembly about the Dr. King holiday, school-wide assembly. We had everybody there, and we had a teacher sitting in the middle of the assembly who stated, I spoke at that assembly, and I am part of the Black Lives Matter movement. I was doing it in 2015, and you didn't see any Black Lives Matter movement signs around. But anyway, this teacher said that Black Lives Matter, for several people to hear, it's also been reported to the highest of administration, that Black Lives Matter was a terrorist organization. And you know what terrorist organizations are. Anytime black people push back on racism, they're terrorist organizations. So I asked one, trying to get the feeling of the temperature of the school, and if was anybody else outraged like me. I had one white teacher, one colleague tell me, well, it was his freedom of speech. And that was the reaction I got. And so now at this point today, we've got white teachers making complaints that black teachers are making insensitive racial comments. And by the way, those are taken seriously. Those are investigated, and there's consequences. I know the consequence of when that gentleman said Black Lives Matter was a terrorist organization, and it's a shameful remedy. So I'm going to end by saying that we're in a crisis situation, and I'm coming for a last appeal because I've appealed to the highest source. I've appealed to our Human Resource Department. No response. It's taken. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening. I'm Irene LaRoche. I'm the acting president of the APA, and I'm a teacher at the middle school. We're passing out a call to action that you've seen before, and requesting that we get formally put on the agenda so we don't have to keep coming and making public comment about the racism that's happening within the district, and can instead kind of work with you on it to solve some problems. We have data to share about disproportionate discipline of educators of color, about disproportionate policing of black and brown educators by the white teachers and staff, and we'd like to share that with you and examine it. But this call to action is having to come back because we're failing to see your action on this that we presented last year, and we're seeking that action, please, moving forward. I have, in my support, in my role as an APA rep, when I have repped certain staff of color, I have been told that I talk about race too much. That's the kind of thing we want to be doing in this district. So things are flipping in our country, and they're flipping in Amherst, and it's alarming. So again, I'm bringing this to you because things are even different from a year ago when we brought it to you before. This call to action is to have a commitment to the recruitment, hiring, and retention of African American staff, including administrators, an investigation by an independent investigator agreed upon by the district and the union into racial discrimination against staff of color in the district. Staff, including administrators, found to have racially discriminated against other staff or students be reprimanded and undergo continuous training with periodic reviews until specified goals related to anti-racism are met. A budget of $50,000 set aside for programming related to mentoring and support for African American staff and students. An additional $50,000 set aside for all staff of color. A committee of African American staff and students formed to design programming for mentoring and support. An Alana committee formed to design programming for staff of color. A school committee policy mandating anti-racism training for school committee members, district administrators, and staff. Inclusion of African American staff on all hiring committees. A creation of an Office of Inclusion, Equity, and Belonging, and appointment of a Chief Equity Officer and staff to do the continuous work of dismantling institutional racism and discrimination against marginalized communities. An African American Studies curriculum that's required for all students from grades 6 to 12, and an African American Studies curriculum committee, which includes students to design the curriculum. This was adopted by the APA Executive Board and the APA Representative Council, and we're seeking your support. we would like to formally request to be put on the agenda for a future school committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I did not receive any written or phone call comment. Oh, don't do that. Yep. Oh, got it. I got it. It came back. Okay. So the Amherst Pelham Regional School Committee will now consider entering executive session pursuant to GLC 30A, Section 21A, Purpose 3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body, and the chair so declares that the APA negotiations with units A, B, and C with the intent to return to open session. Is there a second?
I second.
Which one are you, Tim? Okay.
Thank you.
Jennifer,
Yes.
Deb,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
Anna,
Yes.
Irv,
Yes.
Tim,
Yes.
William,
Yes.
and Sarah?
Yes.
And Sarah Beth, yes. Okay. We are in executive session and we shall return. no. That is an internal server error. Oh, okay. I think we're good. Almost. So close.
I'm gonna eat one of my bars.
Okay. Oh, we're getting there. Really close. Okay. So we have returned to open session at 7:55. Do we have to do roll call attendance back because we're remote? Yes?
Yeah?
Okay. Jennifer, are you present?
Present.
Deb?
Yes, here, present.
Yes, excellent.
Yes.
Bridget?
Here.
Anna?
Here.
Irv?
Here.
Tim?
Here.
William?
Here.
Sarah Bass here, and Sarah?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay. So, chair's update.
I would like to make a request.
Yep, what is your request?
I would like to switch the order of the agenda, switching F and G in their order, and do G first and then F
Under 2?
under 2.
That is fine with me when we get there. Does the rest of the committee have feelings? Okay,
Another request?
I'm sorry, I'm not, can you say what they are?
so.
I would like to hear the superintendent's artifacts before we break for an executive session.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so my chair's update. Oh, yep,
I would like to suggest deleting 2C, discussion to gather feedback for testimony for joint committee on education bills.
I am fine with that. How does the rest of the committee feel?
Is it just tabled? Will it come back another time, or?
It
We
will
don't.
not, because we will not have time, right, doesn't the,
We could send it anyway.
we can talk about it at future agenda planning if it wants to come back.
Okay.
It might be a matter for the FSS.
Or we could talk about referring it elsewhere.
Oh,
Okay,
that's a good idea.
so,
If you're going to switch what you did, we have to call to order the Pelham School Committee.
Yes, that happens before. That's E, before F and
Yes.
G. So we're just switching F and G, not E.
well, we also have to make sure that's okay with the other committees, but we can cross that bridge when we get there. Okay, so chair's update. First, I attended the 2025 ARHS graduation ceremony, which was absolutely lovely. And I want to say thank you to everyone who worked so hard to make it so special for our graduates, and to say congratulations again to the graduating class and wish them nothing but the best. I also attended the ARTHS, the arts exhibit, which is this year held at Hampshire College. And if you, today's the last day. So if you didn't go, it was really fantastic. We have such an amazing group of talented student artists. And thank you to everyone who worked so hard to put it together. Okay, and then have a statement on behalf of myself and Jennifer as chair of the Amherst Committee. As chairs of our respective committees, Jennifer and I met with Irv to discuss policy BHC, school committee staff communications and school visits, which recognizes the need for open communication between the committees and the schools. However, it clearly states the line of communication will be through the superintendent. Members of staff, including Dr. Z, brought to our attention that Irv had not complied with this policy on a few occasions. We contacted our district's legal counsel and sought guidance on how to best proceed. Jennifer and I invited Irv to have a meeting at the superintendent's conference room, 3:30 on Friday, June 6th, so we could all get on the same page about policy and our communications protocol. The meeting was very short, And Irv requested that we bring the conversation to the full committees. The decision on whether to add this to an agenda item rests with the chairs, but we would like to gather the committee input. During tonight's agenda planning, we invite the committee members to give input on this matter and whether we'd prefer to have the if we would prefer to have the conversation, and if to do so on our June 24th joint meeting or as an additional meeting. Jennifer has created a FAQ surrounding school committee and staff communications, which I will add to this agenda item. Okay.
Can I comment on that, since my name was mentioned?
Sure.
So, it's remarkable to me how some people lose their moral compass. Jennifer and Sarah Vess, and this is all written, these emails are available, invited me to sit down with them to go through some issues surrounding my contact. And said, they invited me to this meeting. All the letters gave the feeling that this is just going to be a meeting where we're going to discuss our differences and come to some kind of agreement. That's what the letters stated. And I will send the letters to everyone so you can see. So I get to the meeting, and the first thing is that Jennifer comes at me with like all these accusations in a very threatening manner and started to read out prepared statement. Sarah Bess does the same thing, a prepared statement, and then informs me that they had contacted counsel in order to have an informal meeting with me. That is deceptive. That is not only deceptive, it is incredibly disrespectful. It is not honorable in any sense of the word for you to sit here and say, well, let's have a discussion at some meeting, and then make that statement about what I have done without saying, hey, these matters are in dispute. They are in dispute. And I sent my response to the entire school committee. So you already have them. You already know what I said and what my views were about them. You know, here's an example of honor. And this is one of the charges that was put against me, was that I contacted the chair or the president of the APEA way back in, I think, January. And I said to her, hey, this is off the record. I'm only speaking as me, Irv Rhodes. I am not speaking for the school committee. And I just want to know, what if there was just, in essence, a freeze, and then we, the school committee, asked for additional funds from the town, what that would look like in terms of layoffs, etc. It was a very short conversation. She went off. Jennifer and Sarah Bess, especially Jennifer, said, well, this could have happened, this person could have said we were bargaining in good and bad faith. And you know, the reason why that person never said anything or brought any charges, they may have told other people, but they didn't go and say in bad faith. You know why? Honor. Honor. Something that is short supply with Jennifer and Sarah Bess. You do not bring a person into a meeting under false pretenses and then begin to read and then say to them, we have contacted our attorney. Our attorney. to use against one of your own members. And that is incredible. We have $150,000 attorney fees. He charges on the 15-minute intervals. In the school, and we're broke. You know, how dare you insult me like that? How dare you use resources against a fellow member? How dare you sit there smugly thinking that that was all right? It was not honorable, it was deceptive, and something that should not be tolerated.
Are you asking for this to be so my statement said that we can have this whole conversation as a future agenda item. So during our planning, we can talk about how we would like to proceed.
I would love to have that, have it full, but I've said everything I need to say, and I'll say it again. And I've already sent it to the entire school committee anyway.
We can have that conversation during future agenda planning, how we would like to proceed. We do not have any gifts today. Warrants have been attached. Are there any school committee announcements or updates? Bridget?
I'm sorry, Sarah Beth. I just wanted to go back and say, yes, I would like it to be on a future agenda item. I think that I have questions like why certain people were called out and not, and under what conditions a lawyer would be consulted about school committee members' behavior, like what are our policies around that, I guess. Sort of what I'm thinking. I feel like personally, if it were me and someone was checking with their lawyer, I'd like to check with mine, you know, like that type of thing. But I also like looking over the policy after all this bubbled up and I got the emails. I felt like maybe we need to be clear on it because we've got to really have due diligence to do our job to run the district, and also, you know, need our communications to be clear and not to mess with anything that the super's doing or that the negotiating committee's doing, et cetera. So, yeah, that's my long way of saying yes.
Okay, thank you. William?
I was just gonna say, as I pull up the, my mind went blank. As I pull up the warrant report, I have them listed numerical, but that says I'm batching them.
Yeah.
It's not coordinated with the date, so it's like one of, anyway, I'm gonna change that because it looks funny. Because it's not May 1st or May 9th. Those have no
Number
bearings.
one from May.
Yeah,
number
I'm
two
gonna
from May.
change that. Anyway,
Okay.
I just wanted to say, those are not dates.
Okay, thank you. Any further school committee updates? Deb?
So I just would like to say that I too have not, I've followed this policy, school committee visits to my understanding, the way I understood it at the time, but I have made errors in the execution. I attended a school visit with Sarah. I assume Sarah had contacted the superintendent, and then I think Sarah felt like, so there's some communication things to work out for sure. And then I also contacted the policy chair because I have questions about that in terms of what that actually looks like at all levels, both in terms of, hey, I want to go visit the schools. We got to see Comandantes, and it was a beautiful program, and I loved it. And I don't want to jeopardize anybody, including staff members' ability to do that. So I think there's a big conversation that we have to have, and I've stepped in it also. So I just want to put it out there.
You didn't get the
Thank you.
attorneys called on you.
Okay, superintendent's update.
Please, because my directors don't filter. All right, so good evening, everyone. We will move through this quite quickly. Next slide. The 3 district priorities, I will not repeat them for the essence of time. The budget convening will be postponed. Key issues are the facilitator is unavailable for the June 18th date. Based on a joint school committee's feedback, needs to be taken into consideration what we discussed that evening. And I'd like to make sure that there's a clear structure in place. I really think that making sure it walks in with a clear structure and then walk out in a clear structure and making sure that the conversation is facilitated. So save the dates will be sent out via email. I know town individuals and representatives received my email from school committee members, and it was shared, and I know some individuals have been texting and asking, but I am not rushing. I think that the funding conversation needs a level of intentionality as well as focus, and that's the one thing that I definitely walked away with from this whole process, but especially from the joint committee meeting. So we are reaching out to Mars to get the dates, to get some ideas. Our meetings are public, so individuals get to see and hear the feedback live and direct. But I do want to make sure it's clear that the event is postponed, and save the dates will be sent once we have a clear date. Athletics update. I am very proud to step into a great regional district that has awesome athletes that came up from Pelham, that came up from Amherst, and I mean, it's a region, so Leverett and Shutesbury as well. But they are very, very strong, and so we really want to celebrate them. And thank you to Victoria. On our next slide, the update I'm going to focus in on is we received some questions from a school committee member at our last joint committee meeting around athletics, and there were some concerns. So these were the answers that Victoria provided us overarchingly to those questions, and I wanted to share them before we kind of send the detail over. So in terms of where athletic falls in the organizational chart, the athletics director currently reports directly to the superintendent. However, her office is housed in a high school because most of the sports and stuff is in the high school, so, but she reports to me. In terms of middle school sports, this is a little bit tricky, so I'm going to make sure I don't say what Victoria did not say, but I am going to try to say as much as possible, is that at middle school, we offer volleyball, cross-country, track and field, and ultimate. The issue that comes in is that for all the other sports, like the ones that we offer at high school, a middle schooler can join us if they have a waiver in place and if we do not reach the MIA baseline in terms of the high school athlete numbers. So a middle schooler, no matter how great they are at a sport, cannot bump a high schooler even with a waiver. So the sports we offer at the high school level, they're listed by season. For me, this is not just that we don't want to offer sports in the middle school. This is also a budgetary issue and concern, and I do think that we should have a deeper conversation in the upcoming year about how we adequately budget athletics as we talk about how we budget other things. But there is a little bit more. I will send it to the committee member to ask, and also to CC the chair, and then they can share that information. So this is just the base over of the athletics. Thank you, Victoria. Next slide. Inside the school district, the future armed students visited the middle school to see where they would be transitioning to. We have dynamic music educators, and there is the wonderful Hampshire College Art Gallery display that Sarah Bess talked about in her update. So there's some great things happening at the region. We are truly, truly excited to welcome our upcoming 7th graders, and we're hoping that it created that opportunity and that bond for them. Best thing ever, I gave my first speech as the superintendent for the ARHS high school graduation, and my theme was around transitions because this is a big transition for them, and making sure they understand to just hold true to their authentic selves and keep that wherever they transition into. So I'm very, very proud of them, as well as our Summit Academy, our 4 Summit Academy graduates for this year. So I think the total was 188 at the high school, and then 4, but 1, so we're looking at 191 total in terms of high school grads, because of the 4, 1 was already counted in the 188. So it's awesome. Congratulations, and thank you for your work, school committee members. Upcoming events, school ends on June 20th. It's the last day, it's an early dismissal. June 19th is Juneteenth, there's no school. June 18th is Arms Stepping Up ceremony, not graduation. And then June 16th, the Amherst Regional Committee and the Office of the Superintendent Office will be hosting the groundbreaking ceremony of the track and field, and we are sending out I sent invites out to everyone, associate committee members, please try to attend. And then there's PR that's going to go out, and then we're also going to invite representatives from each of the 4 towns to speak because they did give some good additional funds. And we're going to also ask our chair, who obviously loves public speaking, if she would like to speak as well. If not, the vice chair can do so. They can do so. But definitely just making sure that everyone comes out and supports the groundbreaking for the track. If there is rain, we will not put dirt in the gym, but we will probably either do the ceremony in here or in the gymnasium. And I believe that is the end of my update. Thank you.
Lovely. Deb?
Quick comment,
Yep.
because I was not able to attend the graduation, so I did get to watch it on Fast Forward, and I just was so pleased with the beautiful students and their selves, but also I just love what both of you said. It was, mwah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
William?
I just wanted to say thanks to the other speaker who came.
Yes, Eli.
And I've never seen that before, and it was a really nice thing for the evening, and so hopefully we will continue having a guest speaker come and speak at graduation. So thank you for organizing that.
Not me. I was told that the students and the high school team did it, so it was really great. I'm a custom of commencement speaker, so I didn't know that was a new thing, but it felt really great, and his words were touching.
Was your hand up,
I
Bridget?
did,
Yes.
yeah. Well, I also watched the graduation. I actually listened while I was driving, and I concur. The speeches were terrific. It just is so inspiring to see the young people and everything they've accomplished so far and what they're moving forward with. So, yeah, it's a great moment. But I'm thinking about the potential for not as great a moment, and wondering what types of protocols do we have right now related to if we have ICE meeting kids at the bus stop or on the way home for practice or that type of thing. And maybe a matter for future agenda planning, but also I think that right now is a moment that we have to consider, like, how much training do the folks like the bus drivers and the coaches and those folks have to know what to do if they're confronted with a situation?
I will say that 1, we will abide by policy, but 2, I would not want to ever put any employee in a place where they have to legally interfere in the execution of a judicial warrant, to interfere in what, and the word is, we just have to be mindful on the protocols, especially where our jurisdiction ends in terms of the bus stop. So I'll work with legal to outline that and to provide with additional training, but I understand that what the community is asking. I understand what some individuals have done. I understand that there's a lot of fear. We too have worked through the family center to support families. We've had families that have been affected recently, and we continue to work within the parameters that we can to make sure that families feel safe when they're with us. I'm not sure how much we can do once our jurisdiction ends.
Thank you. Sarah?
Yeah, I just, back to the graduation, yes, it was wonderful. I was there too. And I just
I
wanted
need to
give-
apologize to you, Sarah Marshall.
Oh, I know why, but that's fine.
I am truly sorry.
It's fine. I just wanted to shout out to all the performers and all the ensembles, the dance, the winds, or I forget what it's called, I forget what it's called, and the singers. It was just fantastic. There's such a high level of performance, and also I also went to the art show, and the level of artistic production is really just remarkable. I'm just blown away, and I wish we could have somehow more publicity for more people to see all that art. It's just so impressive. Anyway, shout out to the students and all the educators.
Thank you, and again, I am truly sorry, Sarah Marshall. I do know that one of the things we're going to look at is our media policy, making it like in alignment with most school districts where it's going to be opt-out. We also know that we're going to continue to work in the upcoming year in sharing content and publicizing the great work that we're doing timely, and not just in a superintendent's update, but through an updated website, which we're hoping to launch for the new school year and other things. So definitely making moves in that regard in terms of publicizing. It's one of my goals.
Okay.
Me?
Yes. Sorry.
That's okay. I know we're going back and forth, but I just want to piggyback a little bit on something that Bridget said. So, it's the end of the school year, and people have very different experiences when the summer is out. And some people are very excited and all these great trips that their grandparents take them on, and other people look forward to some downtime and sleeping in. But there's a range of experiences in our community for what time off from school looks like, and I just want to reflect on that a little bit and reflect that some members of our community will feel even less happy about their experiences this summer, given the vulnerability that they and their families and community might feel to what's going on in the country and in our town. So just be kind.
Thank you, Deb. All right. Bridget, next up is our SEIC presentation.
Yeah, sure. And I sent a slide deck to Megan a little earlier today if we want to put that up. But this is an annual report. It's a tradition with school committee, as far as I understand, that SEAC comes and makes a report to the school committee once a year. I will say that the SEAC committee has been, looking deeply into some of the issues we'll talk about tonight since September, and there's been just a group of committed parents of BIPOC students, parents of low-income students, parents of gay and trans students, and parents of kids on IEPs coming together to meet Wednesday night in this library when it's much less empty than it is tonight, just a core group really working to try and understand what the issues are in the schools right now, and to reflect on their students' experiences and how that's been for equity. And so there was some talk earlier, I think, about issues with staff, and these things are intersectional in some ways. Obviously, it's important that our staff of color are well respected, but this report comes from sort of the core experiences of that group of parents. So I wanted to put that forward. And one of the really key things is this school committee and the district have equity at a core of our mission and of our policies, right? And yet we still have these significant gaps in outcomes for our students. And the district speaks about and puts forward their commitment to this type of more inclusive environment, and yet also is falling short. One thing that we did is we used the data for this report from 2023, because 2024 was a very bumpy year. And also we wanted a baseline year before this new administration, which has demonstrated a real commitment to equity and has brought in Tanya McIntyre for equity and instruction and that type of thing, so that we have somewhat of a baseline so that future reports can compare off of and see what the difference is. So SEAC's real goals are for every student to have full access to the academic opportunity of Amherst schools, to achieve equitable excellence, but also to have a sense of belonging and feel like school is a place that they feel welcome and important, that they feel seen, really, right? We want these kids to come to school and feel seen. One thing we did as a group was create sort of our working definition of equity and what we think equity is. And that's to create schools that enable all students to succeed across differences, including racial, ethnic, socioeconomic, religious differences of ability, gender, and sexual identities. That's a big job for one committee, so we also have like little subgroups that work and break off and discuss among themselves, and that we want to build more as affinity groups in this coming year. SEAC has a long history, right? That Ms. Malcolm spoke about a little bit at the top, but even before that, in 1992, it's fine. You can stay with, yeah. This slide's fine for now. In 1992, our district was under a federal lawsuit for discrimination, and out of that came a movement called BAMS, Becoming a Multicultural School District, and teachers sat in working groups and thinking groups and did a lot of work on how to make it more welcoming. And then there were other groups in the school like Oasis and Radar that came up after that. And then in 2014, when there was an instance against an award-winning, now I believe, educator at Harvard, who was a math teacher in the district, this committee decided to create our predecessor, which is the School Equity Task Force, to look into that more. And that was a coalition, really, of parents and educators who came together. And that group and SEAC had a lot of real successes in like 2017 to 2019, and you can track it in the data too. If you look at the 2018-19 data, you'll see that after some of the things were put in together, like a social justice curriculum team, a professional development program with strong anti-racist training, the restorative justice program, that we start to see some of the indicators in our core areas of concern, particularly discipline disparities, our culture and community outputs, and academic excellence and equity, like those disparities did become diminished. So the historical work that this committee did is really important and important to acknowledge, I think. So I concur with the speakers who were here at the beginning in that regard. And then, of course, we've been part as well more recently of supporting the Welcoming Schools initiatives and having the great success of supporting the first Black superintendent. So, and what we really are so happy about is we met with the superintendent, and she really supports us in the next steps of this committee. So we have these three core areas that we look at: academic equity, discipline disparities, and culture, community, and school climate. And that's some of the data I have here. Starting right away in 8th grade, we start to see big gaps, especially in math, where the numbers for math, I've got to look at what they are, but Black and Latina students only make up 10% of the algebra class, where they're 34.5% of the district, right? And girls are underrepresented in that top algebra class as well by 10%. Then we go on to 9th grade completion rates, which you can see here. That means who's passing every class in the year. And these numbers are also really discouraging by different subgroups. And we can see that our marginalized groups are not doing as well as our white students, right? And then how the percent of students in advanced placement. So when they go into advanced course completion, both honors and AP classes, those numbers are even more striking. We have a really high district-wide number at 60% who participate, but when you break down the subgroups, it's really distressing. And the interesting thing about our committee is that as a group of parents, we had these anecdotes of things that we saw, and then we looked at the data, and it sadly, unfortunately, did reflect the anecdotes that we were experiencing with having kids who belong to different ones of these groups. So, yeah, anecdotes. And it's anecdotal data, but it actually was borne out when we looked into the numbers ourselves. And then all the way to graduation. So from 8th grade all the way through to graduation, we see the numbers are really different across categories, and I know those aren't the outcomes we want academically for our district. When you move on to discipline, disparities, it's actually really interesting because we have a very low rate overall of discipline disparities, right? We don't discipline a huge number of students. We actually discipline a very low number of students compared to some other districts. But those students that we do discipline, the breakdown of their identities as well, is a situation where we have, I think, 4 times the amount, Latina, multiracial, and Black students exceed the discipline rate of white students by at least 4 times the amount. So it's a striking amount of discipline disparities. Let me see what have I got next. So in this sense, some of our recommendations, and I think I skipped the recommendations on academics, I might go back there in a minute, are to, we don't want the restorative justice program returned the way that it was. We really would like to see that be a school-wide ethos that all the staff are trained in, and to have the implementation of consistent and equitable discipline policies. I think one other sort of anecdotal thing that we noticed was that some folks maybe should have been disciplined and weren't as well. You know, we see those instances. And then the commitment to robust behavioral supports. And I know all of this stuff is budget contingent, and which is why I fight so hard for those budgets, but it really is important. Going back to the academic disparities, our recommendations there are really starting in 7th and 8th grade to figure out how do we close those gaps in the classrooms. How can we do more equitable access for advanced placement courses? Because the issue there is it's not even across every area. Like, some of those numbers go down in different departments, and some of those departments let everyone participate in the class and then have an extra project for honors credits or things like that. And then your peer learners scaffold your learning for you, and all boats rise, right? So, and the last thing we want is we really would like to work with the superintendent and her team to set some really clear data goals for decreasing these you know, really distressing outcomes, really. I don't know how else to say it. This isn't what we want to see for the kids in our schools. And the very last thing is about culture and climate, and there's a little bit of data on that as well. And we see disparate outcomes there as well, where the higher number means that you feel like more, like the overall school climate is great, 4.2, that's a pretty high number on a 5-point scale. And it goes down again by subgroup. And one interesting thing in this data is that the school safety one was significantly lower for female students as well. So it's just a real interesting question of how do we boost engagement, safety, and environment in the schools. And so we're very gung-ho. This committee has been very gung-ho on the new bullying policies and procedures, but we feel like there needs to be like more robust training and follow through within the buildings themselves. Let's see, I'm gonna read from my slide now. I think that collection of in-house disciplinary data and how is the school using it to say, okay, here's a classroom or an experience where there's problems, here's one where they're not, but more like this positive environment where people are like, I always think of a school that I was in one day and I walked in and it happened to be Rep Your Culture Day. And like, how do we have those experiences where our students are really feeling like I'm walking into this school and being who I am down to my core and feel welcome and valued for that? So some of the climate culture stuff. And the parents in our group felt like, especially at like in the elementary schools, they feel part of a community and they come up to the middle and high and they feel like, now I just send my kid off and don't feel like they have opportunities for connecting across their groups. So, and one thing that the committee also felt too was that supporting paraprofessionals who are longstanding members of our community and are more often people of color as well, to become teachers is a big goal for us. So I'm gonna cut to the end of this where we really talk about What we want, we'd like, as opposed to the committee itself writing the report, because that took a lot of our valuable time. We'd like for folks, you can go back one. We'd like for once a year, as opposed to us making the report, to have the superintendent and her team report out to us on school equity in a way that's data-driven, in a way that reflects on what the sense of belonging is like now, what types of improvements have been made in the sort of cultural competency for school staff in terms of anti-racist, anti-bias training and the like. And just really one thing we're seeking as a committee, one thing that I noticed all throughout the year serving on this committee is the committee would be like, they should really do X and Y. This is crazy for our kids. It shouldn't be like this. And I'd be able to say, well, actually, I was at school committee, which you know is held at the time where most people with kids don't get to sit and watch TV, and would say like, I was at school committee and Tanya McIntyre reported on what she's doing to improve that. And Dr. Z was talking about this or that. So we have a proposal, it's in the motion, that I'll have to look at on my phone because I forgot to print it. But, oh, thank you, Deb, amazing.
I print everything.
Yes. So really, we would like for this committee to vote on the motion here that supports the shift in SEAC focus, as you heard. Sometimes staff members will come into a meeting and present issues, but because we're under school committee, we really just have the ability to say like, wow, that sounds like you should go to the union or HR. And so we really want it to be a parent-focused committee because that's the people who are attending the most and are the most engaged. And we want to open up those channels of communication between the administration and the parent groups. And so we've included a proposed calendar of the different meetings that they would hold there. We want those annual equity goals, and Dr. Z started off the year including those right away in her goals, so we're just asking for something we're getting, but we want to keep that going. And then we want a communication plan, just to be really explicit about the communication that this committee is designated to have to attend the family welcome, the middle and high school open house, to table, to get to know parents, and then to have Seth really send out a communications. We want to send a Google form at the start of the school year, and then have those monthly meetings go out and parents square each month. So, so the motion is this. The Regional School Committee reaffirms its support to SEAC and commits to include performance measures district-wide related to equity in the annual superintendent's goals. In addition, it approves of the parent-led format, proposed 2025-26 calendar, and its outreach and communications plan.
I second.
Any discussion or comments? Yeah.
Okay, so I heard Sarah first.
Oh. Are you calling on me then?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Bridget, hats off to this committee for all this really great work. It's a very thorough report. I have just a little quibble, with the motion language, although I basically I fully support it, but I don't think the region it's the superintendent who develops her goals. And then there's discussion with the region. So I just don't know if we can commit to include the performance measures district-wide as opposed to perhaps request them.
I would take that as a friendly amendment.
Okay. Otherwise, it's wonderful.
Yep.
To request equity?
To request performance measures, and I'll give you the
To request.
Can I say it? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep. I just want to make sure I had the language.
Yeah, but I would also note that Union 26 approves this superintendent's goals. But it's unclear to me if SEAC is really only active at the middle and high school.
Yeah, it is.
But in any case, the goals are approved by both committees. So I wonder how you want to handle that.
I think that if we have it as part of our regional school committee, that's sufficient, because we'll still be bringing that to the table, which is what's important.
Okay. Dr. Z?
So a couple of things. I know that in in conversation with SEAC, we talked about taking advantage of established committees and creating the opportunity for them to be advisory councils directly to the superintendent as well, in terms of engaging around this work. And so I was truly appreciative to see that and see how we can actually build that partnership moving forward. I do think that I would ask if, just like the policy is a joint committee, that there actually be the opportunity for the other committees to determine or to create SEAC in a joint committee kind of lens. The reason being is that the inequities or the disparities do not actually, the disparities, especially in academics, cannot be addressed in 8th grade or 7th grade. It can't, because if our elementary schools move students, progress students forward without adequately providing personalized intervention plans at each step of the way for our students, we are widening the gap that then we are putting an unrealistic instructional burden on the regional instructional staff, which they currently face. And so if we're looking at addressing the disparities in algebra, which is a big thing for the region, that algebraic knowledge and foundation is built from elementary. So I would say that we actually need to shift and see if we could actually have the advisory committee be a joint committee, very much like the policy committee. And more so, I just wanted to also say publicly that I did commit in this upcoming year and moving forward to kind of use and engage with SEAC in an advisory to the superintendent kind of model as well.
Thank you. Jennifer?
I have some questions and some comments and some concerns. So first, Bridget, thank you for this report and the presentation. In the and for all the data. In the data that you presented, was there a breakout for AAPI students, or was it too small, or was it not broken out for some reason?
The numbers aren't available through DESE in terms of for the academic, and in terms of for the discipline. No Asian students were disciplined that year, so they're not in there for that reason. And culture and climate, that data doesn't break out that subgroup either. So we're just sort of beholden to the DESE data because that's what's publicly available.
Gotcha, thank you. So, okay, I wanted to share at least my recollection of the history a little bit because I'm going somewhere with this. I do recall the School Equity Task Force being created back after the Carolyn Gardner issues. And I know that task force was active for a while. And then at some point, the school committee voted to change it from a task force to an advisory committee because we have a policy on advisory committees. It's policy BDF. And the first thing it lists is that it says advisory committees may be created by the school committee to serve as task forces. So we call it an advisory committee, but it may be similar to task force. And the intention wasn't to weaken the group. The intention was to actually give it more formality and to give it more structure, because there's some structure in the policy BDF about advisory committees. But the advisory committees advise the school committee. Advisory committees aren't empowered to make decisions that actually lie with the school committee, and advisory committees, sort of exist to serve and advise the school committee. So then when that change was made, I think the SEAC sort of didn't have a strong connection to the school committee, and hasn't had a strong connection to the school committee until Bridget became the school committee member on it. And thank you so much, Bridget, for all of the work and the meeting and the leadership that you've provided to SEAC. So it seems to be coming back now, which is great. But given the goals, like if the SEAC is going to advise the school committee, it should be advising the school committee about things that are within the school committee's purview. Some of the things that are listed as recommendations, and in particular working directly with the superintendent on initiatives, I don't know if necessarily are things that are under the school committee's purview. I'm not sure. So maybe we should turn it back to a task force or a community task force or a community something that still has a connection to the school committee, but maybe is no longer an advisory committee according to our policy, because it seems like that maybe isn't what the group wants to do, what the committee what the CF wants to do. And I agree with making it a joint, whatever, subcommittee or task force. Because I think it does make sense to involve the elementary districts. And lastly, I just wanted to suggest that we say caregiver-led instead of parent-led, because some caregivers are not parents. And I guess my other question is, my question is about non-caregiver community members. Because my understanding is that in the past, non-caregiver community members have been active in both SETF and SEAC. Will non-caregiver community members be able to be on this committee and be able to lead the committee? Those are my questions.
So I'm going to start with the last one first, because that was sort of clearest among the committee. There's some of the original members from 2014 are still on the committee, but they were ready to pass the baton. And so as part of that, the idea of it being parent-led, it was parents who were coming to the committee, but I think opening up the language to caregiver makes perfect sense, because that's in line with the district language. But the real experience of the committee is that the caregivers were having the experiences that their kids were coming home with, or their experiences in trying to get into an AP class or into algebra in 8th grade, etc. And that those were the real bumping up points that they wanted to work on. And one experience that the committee definitely had is when I would explain the narrow purview of school committee, they would feel frustrated, because really we're in policy and we did a thorough review of our policies, and they feel okay with the policies. What they don't feel okay with is the implementation of our policies, and there was a gap there between the communication between caregivers and the communication between the admin team. And so that's why we wanted to work in this calendar where we're sure that the caregivers who are concerned about equity issues are meeting with the folks who are implementing the policies in that regard. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Before my nerves got shot, I wanted to say that I think the work, Jennifer, has extended beyond just the school committee, and that's where is using the advisory committee to advise the superintendent in terms of the implementation and how things would work. Actually, to me, still ties them to the work of the committee, because at the end of the day, they can't tell me what to do, but I do think that the perspective and the voice, very similar to budget subcommittee, very similar to the financial sustainability committee. Like when we attend as a district team, we attend to provide information, but also to garner clarity and support of the work of the committees. So, like in my contract, it talks about being the advisor to the committees around educational initiatives and things moving forward. If there's a subcommittee that actually advises the full committee, as well as advises myself as the individual who's charged by this committee to execute the work and to implement the policies, then I think that that's one way to address the gap moving forward. And maybe it might call for an updating of the policy to say that my contract already says I have to attend all these wonderful meetings, but and I advise, but maybe somewhere in a policy where it's there. Like the subcommittees all come for information, but also share information and suggestions to the superintendent execution.
I think without the experience of interacting with what the administration has for plans and what they're doing, much like CPAC does, they can't come to us and report back in a robust way. And so, I will just say, it took a while and a lot of thought for the committee to come up with what would work for them. Right. So if it's a little policy thing, I'd rather switch that than switch the intention of the group, which took a while to build consensus around. Yeah.
And they did meet with me and ask my thoughts on this, and we did meet, and I told them that this is actually in alignment with what my goals are in terms of now taking, instead of recreating all these committees of parent superintendent's councils, using established committees that are already doing the work to kind of guide the work that we need to do at the district.
Got it, thank you.
Deb.
So this has been a great learning opportunity this time on school committee, as well as some of my experiences in the schools as a kind of later part of my career, if you want to call it that. One thing I learned within the last year and a half is what unfunded mandate means. So I would like to take this opportunity to see if we could connect the SEAC or its future format with our towns and let them know that these things don't exist without money. And as we continue to shrink the budget and talk about what is sustainable and what our mission is as a school district and what their priorities are as towns, I'd really like to see how those pieces fit together and some good communication around that if we are able. The other thing is just a small thing that I also learned within the last, 5 or so years. AP is just an advanced course that belongs to College Board. And I know we offer it because all the other schools offer it, but it's proprietary. It's test-driven, it's very, very old school in terms of its assessment, and I would love to take this opportunity to rethink our district's commitment to that, because an advanced class that our teachers get to design on their own might be less prohibitive to students who are not able to or not willing to make that commitment to an AP class. And I don't just mean in terms of taking the tests, I mean in terms of the structure and what that means, in terms of how the course is structured so that the kids can take the AP exam in May. And it's just a really intense assessment-driven format in my experience. There's great, our teachers do amazing things within that format. But if we could remove that and give them a little bit more freedom, maybe that would be more accommodating to other students. So that's.
I'm just going to pop in with one quick personal experience to back that up. I won't name the class because that would call someone out. But my son took an AP class in math, and he went to the teacher and he was really trying hard to learn and whatever, and he was like, oh, could I do a project like this? Could I do something like that? How could I use this? And she was like, oh, you should have taken my honors class, because in that one we really learned the subject, but in this one we really have to follow the program, So anyway, for folks who want to learn really well, AP isn't always the way, even though it has that prestige. And if you're aiming for a highly selective college, there's a lot of pressure to enroll. So if a district doesn't have that, it takes some of that pressure out. And I don't know if it's cheaper or not, but could always hope.
Thank you. Irv?
That's interesting. I think that taking AP courses out would cause an incredible firestorm. And so that's not good. The other thing is that, a question, how many people remember this particular SEAC?
I feel like the last meeting had 9 parents in attendance.
Right, and when, prior to the pandemic, there was really robust participation. The pandemic then wiped that out when we started to go virtual. It just didn't happen. And therefore it just went away. It wasn't like that Ben and I, because Ben was the chair and I was the vice chair, and there were 2 other people who were a member of that group. Wasn't well attended. But the other thing is that is amazing to me is that if you took the MCAS scores and in terms of how they compare on in terms of the numbers of students who are low income, minority, black, etc., in terms of how they stack up to the others, and then compare it to this data here that you presented, the remarkable similarities. Another, not only is that MCAS data tracks in middle and high schools, but if you go back to the elementary schools, the data is the same. So it's not like the failure, the failure is all the way through the grades. We have failed for a number of years dramatically in terms of serving low-income students, minority students in this district, and it starts in the elementary schools, and therefore it just goes all the way up. And Dr. Z was correct, because intervention, if started earlier and was more effective, then those numbers would not track to be the same. There should be some improvement. But I don't think, you know, I don't think that the past efforts weren't done in a tremendously effective manner, and that it wasn't tried, and that all efforts weren't made. I believe that it was in the execution of the strategies and tactics for improving student performance that there was a failure. I don't think that there was the amount of analytics that was brought forward, that could have been brought forward in the earlier years, and then with those analytics, having intervention programs to be put in place. Some of that was a matter of budget. Some of it was a matter of will. It's a matter of will. And part of that fell on the school committee for not really wanting to jump in there and say, hey, this isn't working. It's just not working. And that didn't occur.
I wanted to pop in and say, when we met with SEAC and Dr. Z, she showed us the data dashboard, and she did dig a little into the elementary data and was able to break that down that way, and it's really exciting. And I will say, I think there's great interest on the committee of having the elementary school grades included. They weren't really sure why it was formulated this way. And so I'll talk with Jennifer about how we do that to at least get it for the elementary. But,
And Margaret.
Yes. Yes.
If, you know, obviously, I mean, logically, one would think if the interventions are really effective in the elementary school, then the improvements of those interventions would carry through all the way through middle school and high school. You would have different outcomes, you know. But there's no change, then to expect a different outcome is remarkably bad.
Thank you, Eric. Tim?
Thank you. So I'm very happy to see this report, and thank you for doing the work. You too, right?
At the beginning, my schedule conflicted, but yes, I was for
Okay.
it, but not nearly as much as Bridget. She's the star here.
All right. Thank you, Bridget. It's really important that we continue doing this work, or that someone continue doing this work continuously, perpetually, because if it just turns into a report that sits on a shelf, then I think I'm echoing Irv here, these numbers won't change. So I support the motion. I support what I think I was hearing earlier in the back and forth about policy that Jennifer raised, that if there's a kink in the policy that doesn't quite mesh with what has been organized here, then I think we need to honor the momentum of the SEAC group. It sounds like there are people on that group who want to continue doing this work, in some effective capacity, so I would support changing policy to support their effectiveness. One thing I'm curious about is that the chart on advanced course completion, the AP enrollment. So the previous paragraph talks about AP enrollment, but then the chart is about AP completion or advanced course completion, which may include honors and things like that. So there might need to be another chart there that shows us the differences between groups of enrollment as well as completion. Maybe there's not, you know, maybe.
I think we just ran out of chart making.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. There's,
Yep.
you know, everyone has a finite amount of time and energy and, you know, cognitive load that they can commit to this kind of work in addition to all their other responsibilities in their life. So, yeah, don't take it as a criticism, but I was curious to see, you know, what does enrollment look like?
Yeah, no, and I think, all the cool thing about all these numbers, that they're there for DESI.
Yeah.
And to be honest, we picked 2023 because it seemed like a fair baseline, but some of the 24 numbers are worse. So you could go and look and see where we're at, and it's not,
Yeah.
it's not pretty.
Yeah, well, and we're gonna see, you know, worse numbers, I think, because the children who were in early education, elementary school during COVID are, you know, beginning to enter middle school, and they're in really rough shape. So they're gonna need a lot of help and money. Okay, so I have two books on my mind. Deb, I support what you want to talk about with respect to AP courses. There's a book by an author named Annie Abrams called Shortchanged: How Advanced Placement Cheats Students. I agree, it's a corporate curriculum, exam-driven, intermingled with the people who architectured Common Core. It's been around for about 70 years, and it's deviated significantly from its original aspirations, which were all assembled by white men in smoke-filled rooms in East Coast Ivy League colleges in the first place. So I think the whole program merits closer examination, although acknowledging Irv, we can't just yank it away because people are accustomed to depending on some kind of, you know, higher achievement lane for their children to be in as students. But that doesn't mean that in the long term it has to continue to be a corporate, national scope curriculum designed behind closed doors. Anyway, there's a discussion to be had there, and I
Sarah,
recommend.
I'm sorry, Tim. Sarah, can you mute, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Sorry, Tim.
I recommend
Please continue.
Shortchanged by Annie Abrams. The second book that I'm thinking about is called Jim Crow's Pink Slip: The Untold Story of Black Principal and Teacher Leadership, published by Leslie Fenwick a few years ago. And it's about how Brown v. Board, the Supreme Court decision that led to, you know, we all know what it led to. You know, it removed the right to segregate. One of the outcomes of that is that there was a focus on how to bring black students into white schools, and there was, you know, there was no attention on black educators. Black educators were left behind and lost their jobs, and the pipeline of black educators in the United States basically dried up, and that had very detrimental impacts. I'm bringing this up just because it's hard to square. Let me restate. I feel there's a need for us to think about how to reconcile this report from SEAC with the public comments that we've received now at multiple meetings about staff, black staff, experiencing racism, presenting to us in very stressful circumstances. And not that again, I don't want to sound critical of the group that produced this report because it's a lot of work, and I don't want to imply that the group should have taken on an additional task. But the absence of staff in this SEAC report and in what the committee aims to continue doing is notable. And I would imagine that staff, knowing about SEAC's work and seeing this report for themselves, would feel that they're not really represented in this report. Now, maybe it's simply the load of work that students need from the parents' perspective. It may simply be such an enormous task to work that out and to address those needs that maybe SEAC isn't the right committee for that. But I want to not leave anyone behind here. So, and I know it's already on our minds to put it on the agenda, what George brought to public comment. So those are my observations. I think that's all I have to say about it. But again, thank you for the work.
And
Dr. Z?
Dr. Z, yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to step in and ask, and I don't do this often. I want to ask the committee to be mindful of the roles and responsibilities of the committees versus the roles and responsibilities of the superintendent. I know that we receive public comment. I know that the complaint talks about personnel matters. We need to be mindful of what is brought into the public record, as well as how it crosses over to, and I'm over here on MASC, one of my favorite websites that I have, looking at this. And so I need us to be mindful of the administrative functions of the superintendent, and that's delegated. And knowing that opening public personnel records, answering certain things, require you to understand the personnel record and bringing that to the forefront. This is not the audience or ability. That shouldn't be discussed in open meeting law. That being said, I also want us to be mindful of the role of certain programmatic changes and how those are brought forward in front of the school committee. And knowing that these meetings are held publicly, and a lot of times the soundbite is clipped and edited, we need to be, I'm going to start to do my job, which is to advise the committee to be mindful of what we say in public in our meetings, how we phrase them, and making sure that we are clear on them. Because the last thing we need is a soundbite coming out is that the regional school committee wants to cut advanced placement courses. And so, so I need us to be very mindful on the conversations, but I also need us to be mindful of when things are brought forward, especially things that are of personnel in nature, that we be mindful of how it is discussed within the school committee and within a public forum, because we are opening ourselves up to discussing personnel records.
And can I just real quickly respond? At the beginning of the school year, a couple of the staff members did attend a meeting or two, but then all the meetings throughout the year, like, they very rarely came to. When a staff member did come, they would bring an issue that maybe was very valuable and important to investigate, but was not within our purview as school committee because of the HR nature, because of those aspects. And so while SEAC felt like, okay, we could write a letter in support of Black teachers, for example, right? Like, our purview to do something is sort of restricted beyond requesting that the superintendent maybe, I don't know, off the top of my head, work with HR in the union to form an anti-racist task force. Like, but the issue was that then if teachers were at that meeting, they'd be having an internal discussion that sometimes felt very tough for parents to engage with, and vice versa. And I think both that group and myself have an agreement that there should be two separate groups, but that they need to work in parallel and be allies to each other.
So, yes, I do have William, Sarah, and Deb, and then I would like to move on. I'm very appreciative of all of the work that went into this report, but we do have a lot of tonight still left. So if you, and we still have a motion on the table, yes.
So I appreciate the importance of role clarity, and it seems like what we were talking about earlier with SEAC moving into a position where it is advising the committee and advising the superintendent seems to fit that need that you're speaking to. I wonder, since this report is not looking at individual students, but at student achievement differential in aggregate, would it be appropriate for a group like SEAC to do a similar report on teacher and staff issues in aggregate?
I leave that to Bridget, but I think that crosses the role of what the school committee can go into.
Yeah.
We don't have access to that kind of information. That's personnel.
No, but I mean,
information that is-
after this motion, when it becomes a parent-led group that is advising the superintendent,
It's still HR, which is personnel, which is outside of our purview.
okay?
Okay, William.
I was just gonna say that if Bridget has really highlighted that she wants to try to take this more to like a CPAC model, which is a Special Education Parent Advisory Council. And according to Massachusetts, it's an advisory body, not part of the school committee, but they advise the school committee on matters related to special education. But the role is advisory and participatory, not decision-making. So we're not trying to do something that's different in our policies already. We're trying to mirror this SEAC advisory committee to be like the CPAC advisory committees. CPACs have it on all 3 districts. They meet regularly, and they advise the superintendent, and they also advise the school committee. So I really think we're not trying to create something new here. We're really trying to model this off of an existing advisory committee that we already have, or council, sorry, advisory council that we already have that's very successful. So it's really trying to mirror the SEAC as in with the CPAC, which doesn't have to do with staff or personnel. It's what's in our lane, it's what's in our purview. And those advisory councils can advise the superintendent and us at the same time. That's my opinion. I was gonna just say that there were staff that was definitely open to staff. And when I had gone to the meeting, some staff were there, but in the end, they weren't the ones that were coming and really driving this work forward. So that's what was presented, what was SEAC was actually working on. And I apologize, Dr. Z, but I would just like to say, I do think that if, on the AP class stuff, colleges have to look at what the schools offer. So if they didn't offer anything, it wouldn't negatively impact college acceptance, I don't think. But that's for another discussion, future thing, because I'm not commenting anymore.
Good job. Can we put that on future agenda planning?
Okay, Deb.
I
I
just-
mean, I have Sarah and then
Oh,
Deb.
yep, go ahead. Now you're muted.
You're muted, Sarah, we can't hear you. Try one more time. Nope, don't touch anything. All right, now try. Oh, no. Hold on. Pause for us. All right, try now. Nope. All right, we'll go to Deb and then come back to you, Sarah, once we have the technical piece corrected. Deb?
I would like to clarify my statement about advanced placement courses. I didn't mean to say we should decrease the number of advanced courses. I meant to say we could consider advanced courses that are not owned by the College Board. Is that good?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Deb. Sarah? No, we cannot hear you now.
She's texting. Is she
No,
doing
I
it in
think
the
she's
chat?
dialing.
She's doing it in the chat.
No, I think.
Shannon, can you test your mic? Okay, then it's
So it's
us. Okay, one second.
Shannon, could you try now?
Yes! Wait,
Hang
wait,
on,
wait,
hang
wait,
on,
wait. Now,
wait,
now you're
quiet.
really
Hold
very
on.
low. Hang on.
Oh,
Turn up the volume.
Barely. No.
No.
I think it's a us problem. Just one more second.
Try again. No?
Why was it there before?
That was worse.
I don't.
Try. Turn up the TV.
Wait, that's.
Oh, there we go. Now what? Try.
Yay! Okay, Sarah, what do you got?
All right, quick comment.
Thanks for pausing.
I just wondered if SEAC had either talked to or would consider consulting with the Morning Movement and Mentoring Group, because their work, I think, is very much on point, very much directed towards some of these inequities, working in their own way. So I think it's terrific work, and maybe you can involve them or include their, data, anecdotal or whatever in your work.
That's a nice idea, Sarah. Maybe we can invite them to talk to us at a meeting and then go observe or something. Yeah, I love that. Thanks.
Okay, so, perfect. We got Sarah, we got Deb. We are back to our motion that is still on the table with a friendly amendment, which will read, the RSC reaffirms its support to SEAC and commits to include performance measures district-wide related to equity and request. Where is your request going?
Do you want me to reread it?
Yeah.
I think. And then I can give you a copy of what it is so that you can have it.
That would be fabulous.
The RSC reaffirms its support to SEAC and commits to request performance measures district-wide related to equity in the annual superintendent's goals. In addition, it approves of the parent-led format, proposed 2025-26 calendar for SEAC, and its outreach and communication plan.
Perfect, which was
Seconded by William.
seconded by William. Okay. Perfect. Jennifer, how do you vote?
Yes.
Deb,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
Anna,
Yes.
Irv,
Yes.
Tim,
Yes.
William,
Yes.
Sarah.
Yes.
Oh, good. And Sarah Bass, yes. Thank you, Bridget, and the rest of the SEAC team that worked so hard to put this all together. It is very impressive amount of work.
Powerful group. Thank you
Yes,
all.
definitely.
Alrighty, moving the program along. In my MC voice, the third quarter FY25 budget update is attached. I am gonna ask the committee in an essence of time that if you have anything beyond 2 questions, that you please email your additional questions to us. So I'm gonna hand it over to Shannon, who is going to walk us through an overview so that we can move forward. Go ahead, Shannon.
Good evening. So I have the Q3 report here. I want to start off by saying that overall the district budget is tracking at 71%, which is on target and in good shape, Q3 and the end of March. Our salaries are slightly under than what we expected due to some staff turnover. And you would think at addition, when I went through these lines, and that includes the superintendent's office, business office, HR, IT, the most, what the driving cost of this overage is our legal fees. Some of the audits that we did, and that's causing this overage. If we didn't have such highs in those categories, I don't think we'd be over. For facilities, this is over as well, and somewhat of a concern. There has been some plumbing and electrical things that we needed to complete that could not be done in-house, so we had to contract out for that. In addition to our custodial supplies still being high. I am working with the new director of operations. One of the tasks that I had asked him to do was an inventory of our custodial supplies, and centralizing those purchasing through the clerical person within facilities, and ensuring that we're being mindful with those purchases. So that is a goal that we talked about. He's working on cleaning up, and for FY26, I hope to see some difference here. For other insurance and benefits, I have this in yellow. Some of our liability insurance costs have increased higher than we had expected. So we do see that at a 92% right now. Overall, though, our budget is on track for Q4, and it looks a little scary in some of the reds, but we're doing okay at the end of March.
Thank you, Shannon.
Can I ask a question?
Not your budget, sorry. Okay, any quick follow-up questions? Irv, and then I saw your hand, Deb.
I'm looking at your memo that you sent, and obviously the big thing that jumps out is that $510,000 figure that came from, as I understand it, not being able to bring staff in on time or turnover, and then unable to fill those positions. Is that, am I characterizing that correctly?
Yes, I was going to present on that memo after this.
Oh, I thought you were finished.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I was going to answer questions on the Q3 budget.
No. Continue. Shannon, sorry, it's late. Everybody's looking at it.
All right, Shannon, since you're going to come back to this, I'll just wait.
Okay, no problem.
All right, thank you, Irv. Deb?
Hi, Shannon, thanks for this. I was just comparing last year's FY Q3 report, just to give me a little bit of perspective. So looks like we're doing better in certain categories, so yay for us. In particular, the lines that are high, central admin and facilities are, oh no, I went the wrong way. Just facilities then. And then it's always remarkable to me how percentages skew your sense of how much you're looking at, because, you know, a certain percentage for payroll being low is very different than a certain percentage for central administration being high. So I just wanted to ask you, would it be reasonable to guess at what the payroll would come in at in Q4? Because I was expecting something closer to 75%, although it's very similar to what it was a year ago, Q3.
Yeah, so I have a rough estimate that a calculation that I did to develop the memo that I have to figure out how much we might have left in salaries that could help alleviate some of our expenses. So I have looked at that, but I don't have that document that I used to calculate that in front of me.
If you could send that, that'd be great.
Okay. Any further questions? Excellent. Did you need
Excuse me, I have a question.
Oh, all right, go ahead, Sarah.
Do we not have, there's a
administration for legal fees, some funds for the McKinney-Vento transportation and into facilities. So this memo does require a vote and approval by school committee.
I want to clarify something because I don't think that it should be left kind of vague. One, in terms of the district-wide special education costs, Shannon did state that we did have an increase in like tutorials and different things. As everyone does know, we don't have certain service providers on staff. We have to contract that out. And in terms of administrative legal fees, because I heard our legal fees were mentioned earlier, the district, especially the region, does not only have an attorney for adults or personnel, but we also have an attorney for children cases and to support us with our special education cases and a lot of our OCR, Title IX, different. So the increase in fees are not solely personnel for one attorney. The increase in fees at the region also account for the additional, whether it's investigations, whether it's student investigations, whether it's the having legal counsel representative for us in some of our appeals cases and other legal cases where parents bring advocates forward or legal advocates, and we now have to have our attorney come forward. So I want to be clear that what we see here doesn't just tie to personnel, it also ties to us being able to adequately meet the needs of our students.
Thank you, Dr. Z. Irv.
Dr. Z, is it possible to break those legal costs out in terms of cost centers as you just indicated?
Right now?
Of course not.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
But in the future, in other words, because it would be really good for us to see that, to see how those legal, where causing those legal fees and what, is it personnel, is it student, is it, whatever. But to break it out so that we could see that, to see how those costs are being generated. If we don't, of course if we don't know how those costs are being generated, then we ask foolish questions.
I think at the end of this fiscal year, I know Shannon and I discussed doing an analysis. Shannon, Kate, and I discussed doing an analysis, especially in the legal fees, to say over the past few years how we've increased in alignment to what the districts have faced and where we would be moving forward. We are actually going to be looking at increased legal costs for about a year or two. I'm just going to be very frank because we have a number of cases before us. But I don't think that it's unrealistic to be able for us to kind of group them and not specifically call by name. I said this is personnel versus this is student. And so we can do that once we've closed out. I know Shannon does her end of year report. So maybe for next school year, when the committees come back, we could kind of look at that.
Do you have a second?
Yeah, I'm just wanting to make sure, are we on memo now?
Yes.
All right, so the $510,000 is a question, in terms of how that was generated. Again, it would really be helpful to me to see how that was created. What parts of the budget, it says salaries, but if there were salaries, then there must have been a huge number of turnovers. And also the inability to fill positions in a timely manner. And so, in other words, when you see that number, it just jumps out at you that there needs to be additional information. So at least I could understand how it was created. Because $510,000, if we knew that was going to be, we could have used that for other purposes. So anyway, it would just be good to have that broken out, explained in a more fuller sense.
Thank you, Irv.
I'll just add in sense of scale. So, say an average teacher salary is 70,000 times 7. If we had 7 within the whole district, that's 490,000 out of how many staff members within the region. So just a little sense of scale of how that number relates to the
But that would mean that we started out with, say, $70,000 for a teacher at the beginning of the year, but you weren't able to fill that position for the entire year.
I mean, I'm just in a broad sense of
Yes,
looking at it, not in all of the finer details.
Or we budgeted for someone who was at the top step and probably was making 95. They left as the school year started. We had a gap in employment, and the new person that came in did not come in at the same experience as the 95. So it may not be that the positions aren't filled. They may not have been filled at what we budgeted based on the previous individual who was there, and this is now a cost savings within that cost center, where the person coming in may be at 60, but the person who left is at 95. We're looking at a $35,000 difference in a position that is currently filled. And if we did that for 10 positions, we are at $350,000 in savings. So there's a lot of things that go into this, not saying that that's only unfilled positions, but positions that may be filled, but not at the same cost as what we budgeted for the person who was supposed to be in that position the year before.
Thank you. Sarah? Are you?
We lost.
We'll come back to you, Sarah. Jennifer?
No, I do not have my hand up. I don't have my hand up.
Oh, okay. Jennifer?
I move to modify the fiscal '25 operating budget by making budget transfers between cost centers as shown in the Director of Finance's memo dated June 10th, 2025.
Second.
Oh, was that you, Anna?
No, somebody beat me to it.
So I said it, but I thought somebody. All right, I'll take it. It'll be mine. All right. Any further discussion? Jennifer,
Yes.
Deb,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
Anna,
Yes.
Irv,
yes.
Tim,
Yes.
William,
Yes.
Sarah,
Yes.
and Sarah Bess. Excellent. Yeah. Also yes. Yep.
Excellent.
Okay. So previously, there had been a suggestion to table our next item, which I would like to do, our discussion to gather feedback on testimony of the joint committee, which we can discuss if we'd like to bring it back at a further agenda item. Okay.
Did we say we can't because it's too late?
No.
Oh,
We're
okay.
still in that region. We're good.
Okay.
It's good.
Okay. All right.
Am I up?
Yes.
I would like to call to order the Amherst School Committee, and since we have one member remote, we'll do a roll call attendance. Jennifer is here. Deb? Here. Bridget?
Here.
Irv?
Here,
Sarah Marshall? Thank you. The Amherst School Committee is called to order.
3.
Yeah, we have to move this chair up. That chair, yep, thank you.
Callum, come join us.
Oh, wait, maybe I should move. Here you go. Just thought about it.
There's one here and there's one here.
We have two chairs.
We have chairs.
We have chairs.
Chairs.
we have chairs.
But she has to sit there. I want to present anyway. The
chair's
chair. Give me freedom.
Okay.
I like that.
You have to come back. You're still,
Trying to do something.
I will call the Pelham School Committee to order on June 10th at, my computer says 8:11 PM. I know that's not right.
9:35?
Thank you. 9:35 PM.
Lovely. Okay, so there was a previous suggestion to switch the next two agenda items. So we will have the conversation about the superintendent's artifacts and then move into executive session. We don't need to vote, we just need like yeah, that sounds like a good idea from the, perfect, okay. Chairs, do you have the same feeling for your committee?
Yes.
Okay, great. Dr. Z.
So apparently the technology has decided that after 9 PM, very much like many of us, it is not going to work. So, I hear a beep. Okay, so what I decided to do is to take this in a different angle and basically in my good professional development brain to kind of push this forward in a different realm. So instead of you asking me questions, I am going to ask you to reflect on the questions that are in my artifact feedback. The committee was presented this weekend. Next slide, just go straight to it. The committee was presented this weekend with a Google Drive that had artifacts aligned to goals and then separated by strategies. With an overview on each section. I am going to kind of shift this because I want this to be feedback, and I think this will help us and help guide from what I've learned about the committees, especially the regional and Amherst committee. And there's new members from Pelham, so I'm learning you, and kind of guide your feedback to me to a way that's going to work for me. So, you have had my goals. I put my original goals, I put my updated goals, I put my mid-year results. I put various things. If you had the opportunity, I hope you did, because last week was a very long week for me, and I took the time to make sure you got well-organized folders. I have put 3 questions in here that really overarchingly is, where do you feel you needed more information to fully assess my progress? That is the goal of what I am going to ask each committee member. I have you by name. I'm going to write down your feedback. So, were there specific areas where you wanted to see more evidence or documentation? Were there goals or outcomes where the connection between the artifact and the result wasn't as clear as it could have been to you for your process? Are there any areas where you feel you could not determine proficiency on my behalf based on the information that was provided? And so my goal is that by time you come back around and you're able to, I got some feedback already from the subcommittee person who's been like the good coach. But I would like to do that and say that way I can fill in the gaps. So let's not talk about the specific artifacts, but more so let's talk, because there were a lot. Let's talk about what did you not see for you to determine that there was a level of proficiency. And I have you by name. I'm going to give you a minute to kind of reflect on that, gather your thoughts, put your, if there's something that you feel or question, and let's walk through that process together. So I have everyone by name, by list, and I'm going to try to walk through this as graciously as possible, and I'm recording your feedback. Okay? All right. So I will start up with Rachel.
I was getting ready to tell you not to call on me.
Okay, I'll come back. You want me to come back? I can come back.
Yeah, come back around to me.
Okay.
Can I look over your shoulder at the drive?
So I will start with Jennifer.
My password is not
I'm good.
for me, so.
Thank you.
Okay, you're good. All right.
Let me find the right.
Thank you. Then I will jump to,
Anything particularly.
and I don't know how this is gonna go, but Jennifer, are you good at Amherst and you're good at the region?
Yes, I'm good at both. Thank you.
I have to
Good
remember that
question.
some of you have 2 hats.
Yeah.
Okay, I was trying to knock you guys out by that rule. Okay, Deb, in terms of Amherst?
I didn't process it at that level.
Okay,
So I'm not at that stage yet. I'm sorry.
okay, I'll come back to your processing. Go ahead.
No, I mean, like going through the documents.
Okay,
I read them, but I
Okay.
didn't
can I ask you to email
analyze
me?
them. Yes, I would love
Okay,
to do
so
that.
I will put, Deb will email me. That works. Bridget as Amherst.
Well, I think I looked at both sort of overall, like I was just thinking overall. And I felt like very much like there's plenty of artifacts for the instructional pieces. And I felt really satisfied in that. The only thing maybe I felt like I needed something more explicit was on the conflict resolution strategies.
Okay. Thank you for that. Wait, 1, 2, 3. Sarah.
I feel well informed. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I feel well informed.
Okay. Amherst and region? Awesome. 1, 2, 3. Irv.
I'm like Sarah. However, as I was going through it, I don't know why, but the computer just went crazy when I looked at tried to match them up, the documents, the artifacts. with the instrument itself. However, in terms of being able to complete the task of the evaluation, there was plenty enough information for me to do that.
Okay, thank you. All right, and that's both Amherst and Region.
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, I will move to Pelham. See, this works for me. All right, Margaret?
I think, so there was one area, and now I can't find it, looking through here. There was one area where I would like to have seen more recent information.
Okay.
So I will try to find it when I'm not sitting here.
And email me?
And email you
Okay.
if I can find that area again, but there's a lot of information here.
Okay, thank you. Jenny?
I literally got access to this today, so
You'll email me?
I will email you.
Okay. William?
I don't have any questions at this time
Okay, you'll email me.
for Pelham or the region.
Okay,
And it's a lot of information, so thank you, I appreciate that.
okay, thank you. Save it for last. Sarah Beth?
I do not have any questions at this time for Pelham or the region. Thank you. There is lots of information in here.
Okay. Rachel?
I will email you tomorrow
Okay.
if I have anything I want to know more about.
Okay. I'm purposefully leaving my subcommittee chair for last. Tim?
I appreciate how well organized it is. I love the folders. I didn't have access to the forms. I didn't know if I needed them. But I really have just skimmed it. It seemed to me to be more than enough information, although I would like to follow up after I have a chance to actually go through the evaluation process, because I think better when I'm doing hands-on work rather than doing a cursory review. And also, just the nature of my day job is that Monday and Tuesday are kind of like being shot out of a cannon. So the challenge for me on this committee generally is that I'm almost never going to have a chance to review things on Monday and Tuesday.
Okay.
But I will write to you.
Okay.
And I really appreciate how well organized this is.
Thank you. Last but not least.
I don't know if this is what Margaret was talking about, but I did, when I was looking through the org charts, they are all org charts of when Doug Slaughter was superintendent or when Doug Slaughter was still finance director. And I didn't see a current org chart, but maybe I just didn't dig deep enough. Is there a?
It's in there.
It is
Yeah.
there? Okay.
Yes.
So this is to show the evolution of how the org chart has
Yes.
changed? Okay. Because I was like, where's the current one?
Yes.
But I just have to look harder.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
And that aligns to, and just so everyone's aware, I did receive initial feedback from Anna today, and so she did suggest that I kind of, because it's in Google, kind of tie it together for everyone in a way. So if you see an additional, if you get an email this week and kind of saying, here it is, I'm going to take your feedback, whatever you email me as the gaps and stuff, and kind of align it, and hopefully can check in with Anna on additional concerns. Yes.
So if you, how, how are we going to track the updates? Any new information you place in there?
I'll email you.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll email you and let you know whatever we're doing. But I'm not going to make any changes until I get the feedback, and I want to check in with Anna to make sure that we're on the same page.
I had basically suggested that a summary document be created that sort of pinpoints the highlights of the artifacts that represent the achievements of different standards and goals, and so that it would be just a little bit more condensed, so of like an executive summary kind of document rather than trying to find the forest through the trees.
So
just to give us a brief overview, but with all the documentation will still be there for all of your references, but to hit the highlights in this other document that maybe is a little bit easier to absorb quickly.
Would it be too much work to put a table of contents?
So that's why I'm gathering all the feedback, and then we'll go from there. But we're going to talk about what it's going to look like.
Okay.
So I'll put that as Deb will email me and suggest table of contents.
If it's not prohibitively time consuming.
We'll work on it. If it
Okay.
isn't, then it just won't be there. All right, so I want to say thank you to all of you for this. It really helps, and it's my first go around in this arena, so it was a learning experience, but I wanted to make sure that it connected to that in the progress, yes.
When do you need feedback by?
I think the sooner the better, so
We
that.
have to give it
so
to the chair, so when did the
yeah.
chairs need it?
So,
No, I have to give one. Yeah, I need feedback sooner the better, so that
Yep.
everyone can get. I'll work with Anna in an email. So if you have feedback tomorrow, I was to give me like 2 days because I promised her that I would get it out by the
Can you
weekend.
remind us the timeline?
yes,
please. Thank you.
absolutely. So when we look at our calendars, maybe. Okay, so we're having this discussion today. The committees have to the 17th to complete their evaluations. And then, because between the 17th and the 24th, the chairs need to be able to write the summative report of their committees, which will then be presented at our joint meeting on the 24th. So,
So if I can get feedback as soon as possible, then at least by Friday, I should be able to pull together a summary document of some sort, hopefully with a table of contents, and then get that to the committee.
and then, oh, sorry, go ahead.
It seems like it would be helpful for all of us to hear, like, Thursday morning is the cutoff, or whatever you want to say.
Thursday at 11 a.m. No? Okay, no, don't say
No,
that.
it needs to, Thursday, wait.
No.
We have to have our evaluations done by Tuesday the 17th.
No, she's
No,
just
no, no,
asking
I'm
about
saying, like, day
input
after
to
tomorrow,
Dr. Z
feedback
about
to
what
Dr.
else
Z.
we might want to see.
Yes.
I think
Okay.
if you can get it done to
By
end of day
tomorrow.
tomorrow,
Great.
feedback to Dr. Z, end of day tomorrow.
Great.
So that she can make
Use
any
it.
revisions and do her thing by,
As soon as possible.
Thursday.
Yeah.
Would be great.
Thank you.
So that we have time Friday, Saturday,
Yep.
Sunday, Monday to do the actual evaluation.
Yes. Sarah, your hand is, I
I
thought I
think
heard
Sarah
it
wanted the
chirp.
timeline, and then she got it. So
Okay.
repeat the time.
Tim? Okay. Thanks, Sarah.
Timeline question, so are we waiting for an email from Anna and Dr. Z before we begin the evaluation?
No, I would not. No, you
I-
can start
so I
whenever you
could-
want to.
So we're voting on something, no?
Tonight, we are not
No.
voting on anything. We
Is there
don't
a
vote on.
starting gun or
It's
anything?
starting right now.
Like-
Right now.
It started
Start.
when I,
Boom.
actually,
You got
it
the
started
email.
when I sent it, I think.
Yeah.
Yes,
So you have to have your evaluation completed by
the
the
17th.
17th.
But I can start
can do
doing it
tonight.
right now.
Yep.
Yes.
All right.
If
So
you
I'm
feel
just
you
gonna
have the
garner any
information-
feedback by tomorrow and create a summary document so that we can.
So if you feel like you don't have the information that you need
Right.
by tomorrow.
Yep. So I will ask, do we have our final form?
Yes.
Can you send that to me or to the
I think
committee?
I already sent the link. It is already finalized.
Oh, you did?
I will send them a notice to
Okay.
say, delete anything that's already entered and hit, go from 10 o'clock tonight. Anything that was left, that was entered after 10 o'clock tonight, they can keep, and anything that was entered prior to that, because people errantly entered data just so they could see the form, which is what I did. He can delete that out so that it doesn't remain in the, test data doesn't remain in the form, but it's already live.
Okay. Margaret?
I just wanted to ask Anna, would you resend that to the Pelham
Yeah.
School Committee list to make sure that
I think, do I have your email?
it's,
I
it
need
will
your
be, it is now in the Pelham School Committee.
Oh, good.
Yes.
So-
So do I just send it to Pelham School Committee?
Yeah,
Yep. So you
Okay.
can send it to Amherst School Committee, Pelham School Committee, Regional School Committee.
Okay.
Deb?
Sadly, I need a time for the feedback to the chairs. So we said the 17th, like morning, afternoon, or evening.
End of day.
End of day. Thank you.
end of day 5 p.m. end of day midnight.
By the time we have our meeting?
We don't,
We
I
don't
mean,
have
We
any.
don't have
On
a
the
meeting on the
17th.
17th.
5 p.m. on the 17th.
5
How's
p.m.
that?
Thank you.
Very specific.
Thank you. I love it.
Eastern time?
Yes.
Yes.
I want to say thank you to everyone, and I move that we move on with the agenda. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Okay. Okay. I will now move that the Regional School Committee will now enter executive session pursuant to GLC 30A, Section 21A, Purpose 2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel, or to conduct collective bargaining sessions or contract negotiations with non-union personnel. Director of Finance, Shannon Bernacchia, with the intent to return to open session.
Second, Jennifer.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any further discussion? Perfect. Jennifer?
Yes.
Deb?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
Anna?
Yes.
Irv?
Yeah.
Tim?
Yes.
William?
Yes.
Sarah Beth, yes. And Sarah, yes. The region, oh, I'm sorry. Sarah, how would you like to vote before I tell you how to do it? I'm so sorry, Sarah. Okay.
I move the same motion for the Pelham School Committee.
Second.
Oh, I think you have to.
Jenny?
Yes?
Yes. William?
Yes.
Sarah Beth?
Yes.
Rachel, yes. Margaret, yes.
So many people. I move the same for Amherst.
Second.
Jennifer is yes. Deb?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
Irv?
Yes.
Sarah? Amherst is in executive session.
Perfect. We shall return. 7:07, we are back in public. Do we have to call roll call attendance again? Yeah. Okay, perfect. Sarah, are you with us?
I'm with you.
Excellent. Jennifer?
Present.
Deb?
Present.
Bridget?
Here.
Anna?
Here.
Irv?
Present.
Tim?
Here.
William?
Here.
And Sarah Bess. The region is all present and accounted for.
And I call, sorry, the Amherst School Committee back to order. Sarah? Yes. Jennifer's here. Deb?
Yep.
Bridget?
Yes.
Irv?
Yes.
Call the Pelham
Here.
School Committee back to order. Rachel?
No, you're all here.
We're all here.
You can
We
vote.
don't have to, we don't have to roll call.
Oh, right, because she's also Amherst. Okay. Good.
That's all right, Sarah. Okay. So, Dr. Z, would you like to
Yes.
start the next?
I would like to bring forward to the three committees, the employment agreement of Shannon Bernacchia, in the role of finance director or director of finance. This contract runs from July 1st, 2025 and will continue till June 30th, 2028. It is a 3-year contract. The current salary for July 1, 2025 would be $137,700. This contract would have 22 vacation days with a max accrual of 44 days and 5-day buyback. I ask that the committee please allow, with suggested edits by legal counsel, to allow me to execute this contract on behalf of the three committees with Shannon Bernacchia as in the role of finance director.
Deb?
I move to approve the contract as Dr. Z has indicated for the Amherst School Committee and for the Regional School Committee. Can I do it two at the same time? I move to do that for the Amherst School Committee.
Second.
Great. Does any, okay, so exactly as Dr. Z has presented, and including allowing Dr. Z to execute the contract and allowing edits by legal counsel if needed. Thank you. Any discussion from Amherst? Okay, Jennifer is a yes. Deb?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
Irv?
Yes.
Sarah? Yes. Passes in Amherst unanimously. Thank you.
Deb?
I move to approve the contract as Dr. Z has presented to us, including any edits as strongly recommended by legal counsel for
Second.
the Regional School Committee.
Second.
Perfect. Any further discussion quickly? Perfect. Jennifer?
Yes.
Deb?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
Anna?
Yes.
Irv?
Yes.
Tim?
Yes.
William?
Yes.
Sarah? Yes. And Sarah Bess enthusiastically, yes. Thank you, Shannon.
So am I allowed to say I so move for the Pelham School Committee?
Sure.
Cool.
I second.
Thank you. Jenny?
Yes.
William, yes.
Yes.
Sarah Bess?
Also, yes.
Rachel?
Yes.
And Margaret, yes. Thank you.
I would like to thank all three committees for your favorable approval, and we will continue to do the work of these districts. Thank you.
Quick comment. Is Shannon with us?
No.
No.
Never
Probably
mind.
watching, but not on.
I just really want to thank Shannon for enduring a process that we hope not to repeat.
Thank you, Shannon.
On her behalf.
I move we adjourn the Pelham School Committee.
Second. Sarah Bess?
Yes.
William?
Yes.
Rachel? Jenny?
Yes.
Margaret, yes.
I mean, are we skipping the future agenda planning item?
Oh.
Perhaps it's not necessary for Pelham, so it's okay that Pelham adjourned.
Okay. Yep. I apologize. Jumped the gun. I got excited.
We can skip it.
We can, and just email.
That's a good idea.
So, future agenda.
So the suggestion was made that members can email their chair or chairs, their input on future agenda pelham instead of discussing it now.
That. Pelham's over.
Bye, Pelham. Yeah.
Oh, we need you for like just another minute.
26, yeah.
Because we have to call Union 26 together.
You're not done yet.
But Rachel and Jenny get to go.
Ha, ha, ha.
But Union 26 is gonna
Bye,
meet.
kids.
I do.
Sarah, all right.
Can I, am I supposed to say yes?
No, not yet. We haven't.
Okay, I just need, you can point at me when you need me to say yes.
Okay.
I'll point at you.
All right, so future agenda planning will be emailed to our chairs.
Yeah.
For our future. Okay.
I call to order union.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Can I
sorry.
adjourn first? I'm gonna
Yeah, I'm sorry, I
adjourn.
apologize.
No problem. I moved that we adjourn the Amherst School Committee.
Second.
Thank you, Deb. Sarah? Sorry, yes, Sarah did have her hand up. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah, just so we're clear, I got it, that Amherst is not meeting next week, is that the
No,
case?
we are.
Yes.
Yeah. We're meeting next week.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, I misunderstood.
Okay. How do you vote on moving to adjourn Amherst, Sarah?
I vote aye.
Irv?
Definitely.
Bridget?
Yes.
Deb?
Yes.
And Jennifer's yes. Thank you. Amherst is adjourned.
I call to order. You made me stay here till midnight.
Nope, she has to call over.
I call to order Union 26. William,
Here.
Sarah Bess,
Present.
Margaret,
Present.
Jennifer,
Here.
Deb,
Here.
Bridget.
Yes.
All right. At this time, okay. At this time, I will be opening up for the reorganization of Union 26. What I will do is, again, open for nominations of chair. Once there are nominations and a second, I will ask the individual if they accept. And then I will hand it over to then once all the nominations are given, I will give the individuals an opportunity to say why they should be chair. If once that is done, I will go ahead and move with the vote, and then I will hand Union 26 over to the new chair. Yes.
I nominate William Scher to be chair of Union 26.
Second.
Seconded. William, do you accept?
I do, yes.
All right. Any further nominations? Hearing none, William, give a quick 2-second speech. Thank you for your speech. All right. We're gonna go ahead, William.
I'm fine.
All right. Union, you have to keep it light. I mean, at this hour. All right. So I open it for a vote. William Scher as chair, starting with Bridget.
Yes.
Deb.
Yes.
Jennifer.
Yes.
Margaret.
Yes.
Sarah Bess.
Yes.
William.
Yes.
And it is yours.
Now I open up for vice chair.
I nominate
Nominations.
Bridget Hines to be vice chair.
Second.
Seconded by Deb.
I'll accept.
You'll accept it. Any other nominations? Jennifer?
Yes.
Deb?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
Margaret?
Yes.
William, yes. And Sarah Bess?
Also yes.
Okay, so that is our vice chair.
You gotta.
Yeah, no, I was opening it up, sorry.
William.
No, point of order.
Oh,
More than 2.5 hours have elapsed.
More, yes.
So,
Tell me.
your hair got very long tonight. So I will say we have one item left, and I think we can be quick. So I would like to move that for the region we extend by 30 minutes.
Second.
Second.
All right, so 11, 16. I don't know who said it. Was it Jennifer? Tim?
Sure.
Jennifer.
Yes.
Deb.
Yes.
Bridget.
No.
Hold on. Okay.
breakfast, you can use that if you need to.
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you. Irv?
No.
Tim?
Yes.
William?
Yes.
Sarah Bess, yes. And Sarah?
Yes.
All right. The region is extended by 30 minutes by a vote of 7 to 2 to 0 to 0.
I move the same for Union 26.
But
We
they
don't
just
have
called to order, so they haven't been here.
Yes,
They're like
we don't have to.
minutes old.
So the school committee would now like to consider entering executive session. Oh, what? Oh, sorry. The Union 26 will now consider entering executive session according to GLC 30A, Section 21A, Purpose 2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparations for negotiations with non-union personnel, or to conduct collective bargaining sessions or contract negotiations with non-union personnel. Superintendent Dr. Z, with no intent to return to open session.
Second.
Any discussion? Sarah Bess?
Yes.
William, yes. Margaret?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
Deb?
Yes.
And Jennifer?
Yes. I move the same for the region.
Second.
You guys are quick on the draw. All right. Jennifer?
Yes.
Deb?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
Anna?
Yes.
Irv?
Yes.
Tim?
Yes.
William?
Yes.
Sarah Beth, yes. And Sarah? Excellent. We're in executive session.
We go move over.
We
We can go back to the-
should probably go back to the other room.